Good late afternoon. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting, where we have a closed session prior to the beginning of the meeting, and the date is January 7th. We'll have the city clerk take the roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua. Here. Councilmember Lopez is absent. Councilman McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal is absent for the moment. Councilmember Perello. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Here.
And Mayor Flynn.
Here.
Mayor, the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, December 19th, with an amendment posted on Monday, December 23rd.
Thank you very much. And just to double check to make sure the cameras are working, because our monitors, our Soviet Union era monitors, are not working. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with its attorneys. The titles of the litigation being discussed are, number 1, Moving Oxnard Forward, Incorporated versus Michelle Ascension. 2, Moving Oxnard Forward, Incorporated versus the City of Oxnard. And finally, 3, Jones versus the City of Oxnard. And Mr. City Attorney, do we have additional items that were added to that list?
We do. The statement before you indicates that they're also recessing to closed session because of the city's desire to determine whether to initiate litigation. There's also closed session regarding real property negotiation. There's 3 items, C1, C6, and C7.
Thank you very much. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, based on existing facts and circumstances, to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case. Finally, the City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding items C1, C6, and C7 on the meeting agenda. And I do have one speaker card, and that is Shirley Godwin.
Yes, my name is Shirley Godwin. I want to speak on 3 items, but do not be concerned. It's a brief comment on each. On the C1, on the property negotiation with Agroman, I'm assuming and hoping that this is relating to the city either leasing or selling property to Agroman to relocate their recycling operation from Arnold Road at Ormond Beach. I hope that's the case. And if that's the case, I hope that means the entire operation, not just part of it. You all are very much aware that's a very inappropriate place for recycling. It's been a nonstop problem with odor and the huge number of visitors that have been there. We met with Walter Fuller last night. The school group's coming. There's several groups coming this week. It's time it should be moved. And then on items C6 and C7, again, I am hopeful there. In terms of the Navigation Center, I think the West 2nd Street site would be far superior to the one on Saviors Road for access, and so as appropriate access for the clients and the staff. But more importantly than that, this Navigation Center should be on city-owned property where you have control. As much as we wish there will never be homeless in the future, there will always be. At the end of the 5-year lease, you're going to have to continue because for one reason or another, they're always going to be homeless, whether people are out of a job or whatever it is. And it seems like it should be city control, so you're not at the mercy of a landlord. And there's so many issues with the property on Saviors Road. It's not a NIMBY thing with me. I live several miles south, but I drive by there often enough. We drove into the site. The emergency access from the alleys on the side is terrible. We had a difficult time driving in and out of there because of the UPS trucks and the people with their pickups bringing things to the mini storage. And we need an appropriate site. So I hope you would look very closely at this, at using the city property on 2nd Street. I'm pretty familiar with it. Brian McDonald knows why. Because some years ago, there used to be a resident code compliance committee. And we met there when Mr. McDonald was overseeing code compliance. We did for a number of years. about a half dozen to a dozen of us once a month, so very familiar with the site. And it's good, it has access from, say, 2nd Street and from B Street. There's parking, it's a bigger site, and it's city-owned, so I hope that you will look at that really seriously as an alternate to the Saviors Road site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, do we have additional speaker cards? Mr. Villa, please. Mr. Villa, if you also kindly fill out a speaker card. Yes, thank you. Afterwards.
Yes, Jack Villa. I'm resident of Oxnard. I'm also the INCO chair, but I'm not coming in the capacity of the chair, but just as a resident. During the South Side meeting we had with the residents had with the housing director, Emilio Ramirez, I made a suggestion of using the maintenance yard on the corner of Pacific and Woolley, of using that property and consolidating that yard and using maybe a quarter to a third of the property for the homeless shelter. I understand there might be a problem with the zoning. You guys can change that zoning. There's no problem in changing the zoning. I think that area, it's away from residents, away from a lot of businesses. There's very little traffic. It's near the services, and you have room to expand, which I like especially because this problem of homelessness is not going to decrease in the next 2, 3 to 5 years, and you're going to have the problem again, and you have room to expand in that property. And it's the property that's owned by the city. You won't have to pay a monthly lease, and I think that's a good property. There was other properties on the 20 properties that the director pointed to that he was looked into, and there was a couple more properties I think the city should look at. There was a property on the corner of 5th and Diaz, and there's the property city owns on 1450 Rose that could be used. And I'm sure there's zoning problems with that those as well, but the zoning can be changed. I encourage the city to do whatever it can to do the right thing in picking an area for the homeless. This is a very important decision. I don't think you should made bad impact on residents and neighborhoods and businesses, whether it's students waiting on a bus or traveling to and from school. I think you should consider and make this decision of the homeless shelter the best that you can possibly make, and do what you have to do to get that location. I mean, if we need more money, we should be knocking on the door to our state and federal representatives to get more money. I don't see any reason why those properties can be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Villa, just your speaker, yeah. And Madam City Clerk, do you have additional speakers of any kind? All right, with no additional speakers, the City Council will recess to closed session, and we will begin our regularly scheduled meeting at 6 p.m. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. The City Council just met in closed session and will have the City Attorney report any action by the Council.
There are no matters to be reported out of closed session.
Thank you very much. And we'll have the City Clerk take the roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez is absent. Councilman McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal is absent. Councilmember Perlo. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Flynn.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum, and the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, December 19th, with an amendment posted on Monday, December 23rd.
Thank you very much. And before we rise for a pledge to the nation, we'll just keep in mind our thought and prayers for former City Councilman John Sharkey of Port Hueneme, who I understand is undergoing a medical procedure. We'll also have in our thoughts and prayers those American military personnel who are serving in the Middle East, and we're hoping for the very best outcome. All rise, please. Councilman Perlo, can you lead us in the pledge, please? Put your hand on your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With the exception of the City Council, be seated, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have this evening two ceremonial items. And Mr. City Attorney, we do have some items that still have to be decided after the City Council meeting. So could you make that announcement, please?
Yes, there's one closed session item which will be considered after the end of the meeting. That is item number 1.
Thank you very much. So we have, ladies and gentlemen, two ceremonial items this evening, and we are on page 2 of the agenda, and that's item E under 1, subject, presentation of a proclamation designating January 20th, 2020 as Dr. Martin Luther King Day. And we'll have Loretta Montgomery, chairperson of the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee, Ventura County, come up, and anyone that's accompanying her, please. Let's give her a round of applause, please, and them as they make their way. Okay, so we have, ladies and gentlemen, a proclamation to read, but before we do that, we'll have a few words, please, by the chairwoman.
Good evening. And Happy New Year. I'm Loretta Montgomery, and chairperson of the Martin Luther King Committee of Ventura County. And with me, I have some of the committee members. I'll call their names, and if they would step forward or wave their hand or something. Oh, somebody's right behind me. Okay. Willie Clater, Haiti Gayton, step forward. Janice Love, Kim Ballone, Ivor Jeffries, and Eric Hicks. This evening, we are proud to say that we're actually celebrating here in Ventura County the 34th annual celebration of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And we are happy that the mayor and all the council and everyone invited us this evening. And we're also happy once again to have a program for the area. This is not just for Oxnard, this is for Ventura County. And we had some hiccups along the way, but God is willing, and we're still going to make it happen. We're thankful that the performance usually happens at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center for the last 33 years. And this year, that's not happening. Unfortunately, we have to make a little deviation, but we're praying for it to come back to us because we know that's where the city wants to be. And but this year, we're going to be at the Oxnard Powell Gymnasium. We're thankful to all those who provided that area for us as well. The program will be held on Monday, January the 20th, 2020, and we begin with the Freedom March at Plaza Park in Oxnard. We meet there at 8 a.m., assemble, and we then we'll march down now to the Oxnard Powell Gymnasium, and from the Plaza Park. City officials, including our mayor, will be there, and other elected officials as well, Congresswoman Brownlee, and the rest of them usually come in from the county. But we are so happy to have, and we want you to be there, and especially that new city manager. I haven't met him. Yeah. You got to come see my program. We show out. No, I'm just joking with you. Anyway, but we're happy to be here this evening, and we hope, I brought a few flyers, some up in the foyer out there, and a few here on hand, for that you can share with others. The choir rehearsal actually begins tonight, so some of us could not begin to be here tonight, excuse me. And so, but the choir is actually for the community as well. Choir rehearsals will be Tuesday, today is the 8th, and next Tuesday, 7 p.m., and Saturday the 11th, and the following Saturday at 11 a.m. And they're held at Bethel AME Church on F Street. With that, I want to now turn it back over to our wonderful, illustrious mayor.
Thank you very much. And I do have a proclamation I'd like to read, and I'll say just before I read it that for those of you in the audience, those of you that are watching from home, if you have not yet been to one of these events, the Martin Luther King Day events, it's really worth going. It is very, very inspirational. These volunteers spend a whole year organizing, and you see that when you attend the event. And like I said, it is indeed very inspirational. So this proclamation is on behalf then of this committee and acknowledging Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 20th, 2020, whereas the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. worked to reaffirm the ideals of freedom, dignity, and opportunity for all races and people, helping our nation recognize the importance of upholding America's founding principles of equality and justice for all. And whereas Dr. King served as the voice of conscience for our nation, and his words and his actions continue to inspire courage, humility, and compassion. His enduring contributions to America remind us, and countless others around the world, that people should not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. January 20th, 2020 has been set aside as a national holiday to pay tribute to Dr. King, and the theme of this year's commemoration is Dream, Believe, and Act. We can do more together than apart, because Dr. King taught us that citizenship includes recognizing the value of each individual and each culture. Whereas the 34th annual Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. birthday celebration will be held on Monday, January 20th, 2020 at 9 a.m. at the Oxnard Powell Gymnasium. And I'll just say very quickly, that's right at the corner of K, or right near the corner of K and 5th Street in Oxnard. And will feature youth speakers, scripture readings, and gospel musical selections by the Martin Luther King Celebration Choir. We therefore commend the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee of Ventura County for their commitment to keeping the legacy of Dr. King alive. And now, therefore, I, Tim Flynn, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim January 20th, 2020 as the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the City of Oxnard. And we encourage all residents to not only attend the event, but acknowledge and recognize the lasting truth of Dr. King's words and legacy, and to renew our commitment to the principles of justice, equality, opportunity, and optimism that Dr. King espoused and exemplified, and participate in the Freedom March in prayer starting at Plaza Park, January 20th, 2020 at 8 a.m., followed by the program at the Powell gym at 9 o'clock. And I'd like to present this on behalf of the whole City Council and the people of the City of Oxnard, and we want to really acknowledge your efforts, and it really does take a lot. These individuals are not paid, ladies and gentlemen, for this effort, and they're here as volunteers, and we can honestly say that they are part of the solution, not part of the problem. So let's give them a round of applause. And we'll have a quick picture, please. So if we can get everybody to come together and get a little closer. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We'll see you on the 20th. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, as they make their way off the dais, we have subject number 2 under ceremonial items. And the subject is a presentation of a commendation to Marvin Boos for his commitment to beautifying our city, the city of Oxnard. Mr. Boos, let's give him a round of applause on his way up, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've known about Mr. Boos's efforts for some time here in the city of Oxnard. As many people know, we had very deep budget cuts in the last fiscal year, and one of the first things that gave way was the maintenance of roadways, the medians, and on the sides of roadways. But that did not stop Mr. Boos from his efforts of picking up trash, whether it's with people or without people. He is there doing it. I don't know how he has the stamina to do it. Maybe we're going to find out a little bit about it right now. Mr. Boos, can you tell us a little bit about your efforts and what motivated you to do this?
Yeah, you know, there used to be an old motto about ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. When we got these cuts of money and people, I started seeing weeds and grass and stuff overgrown that needed maintenance. We didn't have the people to do it. So I took up the motto, not ask what Oxnard can do for me, what can I do for Oxnard? That got me motivated to go out looking for high traffic areas that make an impression on our city and just start cutting weeds, picking up trash, sweeping sidewalks. I've got this thing about, I'm a native of Oxnard. I've lived here all my life, and I'm proud of this city. I'm proud to live here. I'm proud to have people come visit me here. And one thing I've always wanted is to be proud beauty-wise, because that's basically all I know how to do. So if anybody is proud to be here because of what little bit I did, I've accomplished my mission. Thank you.
So, Marvin, it's my privilege on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Oxnard to present you this certificate of commendation. It's a very small token of our thanks to your commitment to the city and the beautification of the city. And one of the things that I know Mr. Boos has requested, Mr. City Manager and members of the council, is when he finishes picking up the trash that we get those bags picked up. That's something that has come up recently, so we have to make a more concerted effort to do that, and I know, in fact, that the staff is responding. Whereas the City Council of the City of Oxnard wishes to express their appreciation to Marvin Boos for his dedication and commitment to beautifying our city and inspiring others to join in the betterment of our community. Whereas as a volunteer, Marvin has cleaned numerous public areas of rubbish, litter, and weeds. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that's a polite way to put it, because there are other things that Mr. Boos has picked up that most of us probably would not. This act of goodwill has served to encourage others to participate, and the City Council of the City of Oxnard presents this certificate of commendation to Marvin Boos and extends best wishes for all future endeavors. And now, therefore, I, Tim Flynn, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, on behalf of the entire City Council, Marvin, present this certificate of commendation to you on the 7th day of January, and we're very proud of you, Marvin. Keep it up, and maybe someday I'll join you on that effort. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, in all this spirit of public service, I ask that the council remain standing. We have one more special commendation, and I'm going to ask the police chief to come up.
Come on over here. Mayor and Council, thank you guys for letting us squeeze this in. We actually have a commendation that we're going to give to several officers for a tough call that they were on, and they did such a great job. Normally we give these commendations in private inside the police building. I think sometimes it's good to do it publicly so that the public gets to see some of the types of calls that our officers respond to on a regular basis. So I'm going to read their commendation for you all. Let me put my glasses on. During the daytime hours on December 19, 2019, officers were dispatched to Oxnard State Beach Park to check the well-being of a person having a mental health crisis. When officers arrived, they saw the person holding something in his hand, and he was yelling that he had a gun and he wanted the officers to shoot him. The officers maintained a safe distance and did not immediately contact the person. Officers Blixt and Bracken were able to maintain safe visual contact of the person and provided critical updates on his bizarre behavior. Additional officers and supervisors started to arrive a short time later as the person walked out of sight. Sergeants Englehart and Trickle demonstrated great communication and multitasking skills by coordinating the evacuation of approximately 20 people from the park. Several motorcycle officers responded and took up perimeter positions to prevent the person from going to the park. The suspect then ran toward the homes on the north side of the park with his hand behind his back. The officers saw the person take a shooting stance and then charge toward the officers, yelling at the officers to shoot him. Canine Officer Casson could not confirm whether the person had a gun or not. He realized the potential of this as being a potential suicide by cop incident. He quickly decided to send his canine partner Capone from a distance of approximately 120 feet. The police canine took the person down with a bite to his leg, and the officers were able to safely take him into custody. Officer Alanis, who had special EMS training, quickly provided first aid to the suspect. Several factors contributed to the successful outcome of this potentially lethal call. Each officer played a vital role in this incident being resolved without having an officer-involved shooting. Most importantly, their actions allowed the subject to be safely detained and receive the necessary first aid. The officers are to be commended for their actions, so thank you. Officer Robert Blixt, Officer Mason Galindo, Officer Abel Alanis is not here, Officer Haley Bracken, thank you, Haley. Senior Officer Dan Casson, with his canine Capone, did all the work. Sergeant Steve Trickle, Thank you, Steve. And Sergeant Chris Engelhardt is not here, so thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. One photo, Chief.
You can come in closer if you like. Any other family members, you can come closer if you like.
Yeah, the way.
Come on, smile. He's always smiling. Oh my God.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
I know. This is yours. I think that's Tim's.
Thank you.
Here's your chair. That's great. Dios mío. I think maybe you got mine,
Okay, I did.
but there you go.
Okay, thanks.
There you go.
Okay.
Hey, where's everybody going? Okay.
Okay. So we want to once again thank those officers and the chief of police for their response, and we're very proud of them, and it makes us very proud to have these public servants here protecting us and making sure that situations like this are handled properly. Mr. City Manager, there are a few items that have been removed from the agenda. Would you like to give that report, please?
So I believe we are pulling item 6, which is the agreement for tree maintenance services.
And my understanding is that there were some changes to item K2.
Yeah.
Very well. Okay. All right. And now what we'll do is go to the next item on the agenda, which is under item F, and that's on page 2, and that's public comments on items not on the agenda. At this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. A person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker cards will not be accepted after the beginning of the general public comment period. Based on the number of speaker cards submitted, the presiding officer may impose time limits per speaker. Typically, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but shorter times may be established as deemed necessary. Person not able to address the legislative body at this time because the 30 minutes expires may do so just prior to the adjournment of the meeting. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take any action on any items presented during public comments at this time. Such items may only be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of the hearing. So what I'd like to do is ask those in the audience who have not yet filled out a speaker card So if you have not yet filled out a speaker card and would like to speak under public comment on items not on the agenda, to do so now. Okay, so is there anyone else here that would like to speak that has not yet filled out a card? So we're going to go ahead and close the submission of cards to the city clerk, and we're going to call the speakers in the order in which their speaker cards were submitted. Very first speaker is Ray Blattell, to be followed by Jack Villa, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Happy New Year to everybody. Prior to the holiday break, I received an email from Councilman Perello, which forwarded an email addressed to me from the city manager. The subject matter was some issues that I had with a recent PW contract and insurance matters. Included in my response to the city manager and copied to each of you council members was an offer to demonstrate to the city manager how to properly and accurately compute the actual cumulative cost of the recent MOUs with the city unions. I had already previously performed this demonstration for Councilman Perello and Mr. Riper. To my surprise, the city manager has not yet accepted my offer, and the city continues to erroneously publish incorrect information relative to the true MOU cumulative costs. It appears to me that perhaps the city does not want the public to know the exact cumulative cost of these MOUs. The data released by the city understates the true cost of each MOU by millions of dollars, and in some cases, tens of millions. Why doesn't the city correct this error? I don't consider this transparency in government relative to financial reporting. It is definitely misleading and deceitful and perhaps even fraudulent. My offer to the city manager still stands, as I am anxious that you report accurate and truthful financial data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Jack Villa, to be followed by Julie Pena, please.
Good evening, council. I talked earlier before closed comments or closed session on the homeless, and I wanted to continue on that and just to emphasize again, when council decides where that shelter will be, I really hope that you decide on, keep in mind the residents, the businesses, the traffic, the pedestrians, and most of all, do whatever you have to do, whether it's changing a zone of property or getting more funding from our state elected officials or federal officials. And this is a very important issue, but make sure mostly that it helps the homeless. And I hope that you select a location that has room for expansion, because I think in 2 years, I don't think the numbers are going to be less. I think they're going to probably be double in 3, 4, 5 years, and we're going to be right back where we were. So I hope you guys make a smart decision on locating that shelter. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Julie Pena, to be followed by Kendall Lawson, please.
Good evening and Happy New Year to you, Mayor and council staff. I'm here on behalf of the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council, and I wanted to publicly thank 2 individuals from Public Works that recently helped our neighborhood, and that was Brian Yanis and Joe Perez. And they recently helped our neighborhood with the distribution of mulch that the city has collected from the trimming of the trees recently, and helped distribute it along Harbor Boulevard, which borders, the portion that borders our neighborhood. This section had been neglected, not purposely, but because of the shortage of staff. And so we reached out to Public Works and spoke. We had a conversation, and we came up with a solution where the neighborhood worked together with the city. So I applaud Mr. Boos. I was happy to hear his contribution to cleaning up the city. And I just want to say that there are many, many residents in my neighborhood, and I'm sure in others, that would be open to volunteering. One of the ideas that I've had as a neighborhood council chair is the cleanup of the walkways. We have a garden club that cleans up and decorates a lot of our walkways, and we've been having to carry our bags full of debris to different neighbors so that they could throw them away in their trash cans. So if the city could help us with picking up the bags on certain days that we work on the neighborhoods, that would be something we could do together. And just on a side note, after hearing the first gentleman speak and after knowing what was on the agenda in closed sessions, I just want to urge the city, everybody, to please be as transparent as you can. We know that there are individuals with deep pockets that will think nothing of suing us at a moment's notice. So let's try to stop this. Let's try to end this. Let's be as transparent and as clear as we can in all of the messages that we send out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Kendall Lawson, to be followed by Corey Branch Flower.
Good evening. My name is Kendall Lucene. Just wish to inform the council that Naval Base Ventura County will be hosting its it's a Point Mugu Air Show in October of later this year. The last time the air show happened at Point Mugu was in 2015, and from the information I was provided, the Blue Angels are going to be flying the Boeing FA-18 Hornet, and there will be other air show acts to be performed. The dates for that are slated for October 2nd through the 4th. As more information becomes available, I will keep you all informed. And it's open to the public.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next speaker, Corey Branchflower, to be followed by Gabriel Teran, please.
Hello. Sorry, I'm a little short. My name is Corey Branchflower, and I am the president of a small nonprofit corporation called Shelter Care Resources, which you may not have heard of unless you have. So I was going to share a little bit about what we do. We are actually a nonprofit that assists foster and homeless families, which means that we provide material resources for these families. Either they're taking in a child and the child doesn't have anything, or if the family is homeless, we get calls from school districts or schools or churches, any place where a child is in need, or even an adult, to tell us, hey, we have a child in the classroom, doesn't have shoes or a coat, and we actually will come to the school and bring those things. We have a clothing closet, a community clothing closet, and now we're opening a diaper and hygiene bank. So for the people who need like soap and shampoo and toothpaste and stuff. And then we have a food pantry that's open every Friday at 6:30, rain or shine, every single week of the year. So I'm just letting you know that, and I have my business cards in case anybody needs them. And also part of our services are helping the homeless people navigate their way through the process of finding housing. And which means if they're in a car and someone calls me and says, hey, there's a mom and her kids are in the car, they just left the house, they had a bad situation, talk them through the process of getting into a shelter and helping them from one step to the next, which a lot of times there's a lot of hoops. So we help them through the hoops. And so really wanted to also speak in praise of having the warming shelter. I know there's varying opinions, but it has been super helpful because there are some people who have been out there on the street for a long time, and we've really worked with them and made emails and phone calls and everything, and it's taken months. And we're really happy to have that as a place to, at least that we can launch them from. Because it's nice, once they get that roof over their head, and especially if there's kids involved, they need to be able to focus on school. But we really are using that as a launch pad, not just so they can stay in the shelter, but so that we can get them out of the shelter and into a home. So really excited about that wherever anyone decides to put it, and just wanted to share what we're doing. So
Thank
these are cards.
you very quickly. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted to get more of where you're located at.
We are located in Oxnard. We are Our office is technically right behind St. John's, and we have their storage units right where the Costco is, because everyone knows where that's at. We are actually countywide, though, so we take calls from...
So if someone wanted to access your services,
All-
what is the address they would go to? Or would they call?
They call, and I was going to give you the
But
card.
just say the number, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Oh, it's
The phone number.
805-612-7091.
612
7091.
Thank you.
It's on the card, and I'll give you the cards.
Thank you. And Councilman Perillo?
Question before you leave. It would always a benefit to you when you're talking to all the television audience, give the phone number and where, when you mentioned you're taking clothes and food, where do people drop it off? They may not need your aid, but they may want to donate. Where do they drop it off?
Good question. Sometimes they take it, so we're partnering with Calvary Chapel Oxnard. Sometimes they take it there. But if it's not during their office hours, they just call and say, hey, we're going to take this. And then so they just call the number and tell me where they're going to put it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gabriel Turan, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff. My name is Gabriel Turan. I'm the chair for the Fremont South Neighborhood Council, and I have a couple quick items. First is I just wanted to give thanks and commendation to Mr. Booz as well. My neighborhood is right next to his neighborhood. He lives in Fremont North, and our nearest developed park is the Fremont Tot Lot. So I would take my kids over there, and that's where I first met Mr. Booz several years ago, when he was there literally with his own rake and his own dustpan and his own garbage bags, raking up all the leaves out at the park. And he's just a tremendous asset, and I hope that all of the many Marvin Booz who are out there in the city will take the time and the effort to do just as much as he does, and keep making this city as great as it deserves to be. So that being said, I also see this as an opportunity for those who are like-minded, like Mr. Booz, to consider what their volunteer capacity is, but also on the city side of things. With the Parks and Recreation Community Services Commission, there was some initial discussion last year around a volunteer program modeled after, or modeled similar to the city of Ventura's, where you can just sign up as a volunteer and check mark, these are the areas that interest me. I'm interested in seniors, I'm interested in cleaning parks, I'm interested in graffiti cleanup, whatever it may be. And when those opportunities come up, it's an automated system that will email or connect with those people who signed up for that area and tell them there's a cleanup coming up, there's a graffiti cleanup that can be done here, et cetera, et cetera. And this was mentioned at the budget meetings that happened last May as well, when we heard about all of the public works cuts that were going to be happening. I just hope the city can continue to look at instituting something similar so that we can help make up for the current service gap that we have with having to lose so many public works employees. And the last thing I'll say, now that I heard that the trees item is off the agenda, is when this does come back and when a contract is found for the tree trimming, and they're looking at the grid trimming or whatever process they'll look at, I'm hoping that there can be consideration, if it's not already happened, to have a schedule or some kind of list on the city website, or some way to query that by residents, so they can go and type in their neighborhood or their street or something like that, and be able to see when the projected timeline would be that the trimming would come to their neighborhood. I feel that that would mitigate calls after people hear about this new program, calls to the city asking, when's my neighborhood? Can you come directly to my neighborhood? So they can see when the projected timeline is and look at it from that point going forward. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, excuse me, is Pat Brown, to be followed by Joanne Olivares.
Well, we've been on this vacation time, and I've had a lot of time to think, and which is rare. And I have realized that all of those special meetings that are on the Tuesday that we don't have the city council meeting, all of those special meetings with 2 or 3 of the city council members at each one presiding, that as on the most part I've been one of the few people there of residents. And that's because I'm retired. However, even though I'm retired, I'm actually busier than I was when I was working because I'm doing so much volunteer work for free. So I just can't imagine why we want to continue that whole process, taking out one full day. If I wanted to go to all of those meetings, that means that I got to give up my entire day to that every 2 weeks. And it isn't that I don't want to. I mean, you know me, I have an opinion on everything. And I'm very happy to give out that opinion, as a matter of fact. But I just think that this is not really getting anywhere. And I don't know if the members of the city council are getting enough out of this extra meeting that it's worth their time. Because each one of them has probably got 2 different meetings that they have to go to. At least one, and maybe 2 different ones. And it just seems like, I mean, I'm sure they're being put out as well. That they have other things that they'd really need to do or would rather do than be in those meetings. So, and I've heard a lot of people around town at different meetings that I have attended, not those, but in others, who have said, I think that's a waste of effort. When I go, I'm the only one there. And I thought, geez, when I go, I'm the only one there. And I'm wondering, is this really worth it? I think we could consolidate in the meetings that we have for the city council members, all of you together like tonight, we could learn to practice to consolidate our thoughts using less time getting the same information out, but with less time in the process of each topic. And maybe end a little bit later.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
And start an hour later so that
Ms.
people
Brown,
can
thank
have
you very
a
much.
reasonable dinner time.
And Ms.
Thank
Brown,
you.
I've never responded to any public speaker. I would say it's not an opinion that you have an opinion on everything. It is a fact. Thank you. All right. And we'll end with Joanne Olivares, please.
Good evening, Council. I'm here with somewhat of a heavy heart, extremely angry at some of you, City Council people. Over the past few months, I have heard so many negative things going on with our city, going on within our city council, our city itself. And that responsibility lies with all of you sitting at the dais. And I said, as I say, it's not everyone, but it's those of you that know. First of all, our city is in the bright red right now. It seems to get worse and worse and worse. Yet, we talk about transparency and all of that, and we know that's not happening. We know that. We as citizens of Oxnard are being treated like we're stupid, and we're not. We're educated people. And we try to be inclusive of those that don't quite understand to help them understand. What's happening? Well, we have a company in this city who owes a tremendous amount of money. And what do? We allow it to continue to grow and grow. But the person that brought out that information has been, I want to say muzzled, censored is the nice word, but muzzled. They've been taken away access to information that they should have. This is an elected position, and they're not getting that information now? Excuse me? Because we don't want transparency in our city? We pay in this city. We turn off the people that can't pay their water bill, and then we make them pay the last month. This is the first, and the fee, and they can't even afford it, and they can prove that they can't afford it. Yet, we allow big companies like the one that we have in Oxnard to continue to function in this city and not hold them accountable, and we're in the bright red. Anyone that is tired of dealing with these issues needs to really think about their position on the dais, because you need to run our city, not our city manager. You need to run our city. You need to look at all of that information that you receive and or not receive and ask those questions. We can't continue to pay for people being terminated or people losing their positions because somebody wants their friend to have this other position. We can't continue to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just say to the speaker that this is the first I've heard of some of these comments, and I am approachable. You can call me anytime, 805-340-1922, and I know that members of the council would also be very open to meeting with you. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'd like to say
yes.
something. This is not the first time I've heard about it, and I'll save my comments for my councilman's comments. But I would recommend people, before they believe what's on the internet, they make sure they double check their facts, because you can be made to look, no matter how much education, you can be made to look like a damn fool.
So what we'll do now is go to the report of the city manager. We're on page 3 of the agenda, item G. Mr. Nguyen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There have been a couple of slides floating on the screen here that I'll address. Also, thank you for taking the police commendations earlier. That was going to be part of my report, but given the mood of the room, I thought it was more appropriate to have those commendations early. That was a very positive, all those presentations at the opening of the meeting were very positive and inspiring. I just want to make a comment about the police one. Without proper training and good leadership in the department, I think everyone understands the outcome of that incident could have been very, very, very devastating for many people, including the officers themselves. So we are absolutely proud of their work, and I'm very proud that the department is very good about training and leadership. So I'll leave it at that. I have a few announcements, and the first one's the most important one, and that's regarding the efforts to site a homeless shelter at Saviors at the 5 Points. So I want to inform the public that I've given staff direction at this point to terminate that effort and to pursue another location where we can have a more comprehensive set of solutions. I want to explain that for a moment. What the effort at Saviors was not a bad effort. It was rushed in the sense that there was a real estate, a rental situation on the table. So the timeline was not entirely controlled by us. But in the end, that solution would have yielded essentially a replacement shelter. So there's not a net gain with our overall homeless policy and our goals to actually solve homelessness. So what I've directed staff to do is to go find a location where not only can we have a shelter, but we can also have co-located with it facilities for social work, facilities for health and administrative offices. In addition to those, also housing first units, permanent supportive housing units. So instead of just getting a replacement shelter, we could get a replacement shelter plus clinical spaces, plus administrative space, plus housing space. So in the end, that outcome would be much more of a complete solution than what we were pursuing at Saviors. Now, having said that, I also want to remind everyone that no matter what, this city's going to need a shelter, but more than that, we are going to need housing first facilities across the city. Because the shelter, as I've said all along since I've been here, A shelter alone does not solve homelessness. It is a crucial part of that process, but having a shelter alone does not solve homelessness. And anywhere where you want to site a shelter, there, as we have seen and will continue to see, there will be neighborhood, neighborly opposition. I sent an article to the council a couple weeks ago about the efforts in San Francisco, and there, because their problem is so large, they need more than one shelter. And we're calling these navigation centers now not just shelters, because they serve to navigate homeless people out of homelessness into housing. But in San Francisco, they understand that they're going to need to have navigation centers in every supervisor's district because the numbers they have. And San Francisco is a bastion of liberal progressivism. And there, every neighborhood is opposed to it. The first navigation center they tried to site there near the baseball park, their mayor got screamed out of the room. So we understand that nobody, while everybody wants us to get homeless people off of our streets, nobody wants homeless people housed anywhere near them. So I say all this out of frustration, but also to remind people it's going to be difficult anywhere we go. And to remind everyone that we are also going to have to cite housing first facilities, because that's the only way we're going to end this crisis and the only way we can stop putting millions of dollars into playing whack-a-mole and chasing homeless groups of people, of individuals from one neighborhood to another, from one part of the beach to another, or from downtown to the river bottom. Also, you know, I continue to get emails from some of our residents and businesses that while we all understand why they're frustrated, they're asking of me to do things that are wholly inappropriate. And I just want to say, we all have a responsibility here to deal with this. We cannot...
New Year, just ultimately be grateful for whatever it is you have. Be grateful for your family. Be grateful for your loved ones. You never know when something may happen. I just had a student who was in a terrible car accident, and, you know, luckily he's fine. But looking at his vehicle, his family and all his loved ones are especially glad that all he had was a concussion. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. I just want to wish everybody a happy new year, and also want to wish my brother a happy birthday. Celebrated his birthday yesterday. And I have a lot of January birthdays. My dad's birthday is also coming up. So, and I'm looking forward to this year to getting started, to getting good things done for our city in Oxnard. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And I also I'm looking forward to a more positive year this year. We've gone through a lot, and I think our city finally is on the road to financial stability with much effort. So I want to thank staff for that and for the information that's coming out. And obviously we need to continue to provide more information, Mr. City Manager, so people really kind of understand or have a chance to understand the complexities of city budgeting and where the money comes from, what we can do with it, what we can't do with it, et cetera, et cetera. I especially want to send good wishes to John Sharkey, a longtime council member in Port Hueneme, who's now needing our prayers for successful recovery, and also to his wife, Beverly. I want to thank the firefighters from California, many other places who've gone to Australia to fight their unbelievably catastrophic fires that are now affecting really the whole world. And I think this just is a terrible reminder of what we need to do to get ready for the climate change and the things that has already done to our state and our community. And we're certainly not doing enough quick enough. So we can't look away. We've got to take the steps necessary to protect the future of our people. Thank you, Mr. Booz, for all you do with a with good cheer, hard work, and it would be great if more people took his example. Finally, Martin Luther King is a hero of mine, and I've been to his center in Atlanta, and of course he said, only love can drive out hate, and we're in a period of time where hate is on the move, nationally, internationally. Easy to hate other people that you don't understand, their cultures, their language. They don't look like you or your family, and this is perhaps why we're in trouble internationally, and it's a very scary moment tonight while war seems to be inevitable in the Middle East once again. We're spending lots and lots of our treasure. Lives are at risk, lives of our people. Everybody is in danger, including us right here. So we have to speak out to make good decisions and try to understand other people. And I will also take the opportunity, which I never do, to say happy birthday to my sister Lisa. She had a birthday today. She doesn't live in the city. She lives on the East Coast. She's probably in bed already. I was there when she was born. I heard her first cries. I'll never forget it. Lisa, have a wonderful birthday.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will echo the comments about hoping everyone had a wonderful Christmas and a good New Year, and that we look forward to moving into the next year. Just a general shout out to staff. I think sometimes we don't tell you how much that we appreciate you. I can tell you that we do, and without the success of staff, it wouldn't be the success of anybody. So I appreciate all your hard work going into this new year. And I would ask that people keep their thoughts on our military, because they're going to be challenged. And there's a huge conflict developing in the Middle East, and it's because of our military that we live in the most wonderful country in the world, or in my humble opinion. So we should keep them in our thoughts. And this week is Transportation Week, so tomorrow I'll be at the Gold Coast Transit District. Friday I'll be at the Ventura County Transportation Commission. And staff, I know I've made comments about meeting with the Region 7 Caltrans person. If there's anything you'd like me to whisper in their ear on Friday, please email me and let me know, and I'd be happy to be the sender of that message. And then finally, I've been contacted about sitting on a community advisory group or a citizen advisory group of electeds from throughout the Southern California region that are involved in Southern California Edison services. And it looks like I will be going to a variety of meetings. I think it's 4 meetings a year to offer our insights to Edison, what we think would be helpful to our community, our service customers, and so on and so forth. So if anybody has any particular comments about Edison, feel free to let me know, and I will try and present them in the best way possible. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
Number one, the best of wishes in the new year. Health, happiness, and welfare, and a little bit of wealth. If you get too much wealth, your health and happiness usually takes a dump. So best of luck to all. I'd like to start off with my comment that I made after public comment. There are 9 elected officials in this city. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7 that sit up here, 1 that's gone right now, 1 that sits over there, and 1 that straddles the back room. To my knowledge, there are no laws that prevent those 9 from going to the public comment and saying something if they have something to say. When they don't say something, that leaves a lot to the imagination. Now, my comment may have been a bit harsh. No matter how much education you have, you need to check all the facts, because you can make a damn fool out of yourself. Now, the point of that is, when I have had discussions with the specific individual, Mr. Molina, the city treasurer, and when points have been brought out that there's been a mistake made, I've told him, Mr. Molina, you should come to the public comment, and when a mistake is made, correct me or apologize. Now, he's going to walk to the comment, and he's going to want to comment right now. But he didn't put a speaker card in, so the mayor's probably going to challenge him, and we'll have a show and tell here. But Ms. Oliveris, I appreciate your concerns, but some of the things that are out on the emails that he has very eloquently put out leave a lot to be desired with respect to 100% factual. If you're interested, I'm sure city staff can inform you where they are. On Ms. Brown's comments with respect to consolidating the committees, personally, I get a lot out of the committees, Ms. Brown, and the reason is there's an opportunity to go back and forth and ask questions. If we consolidate them, I don't believe there'll be as much opportunity to go back and forth. I can't speak for any other councilman, and I am in a different situation. I don't have a job from 8 to 5, so my timing is a little bit differently. But if you look at the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, they start 8:30 in the morning. So if people want to show up, most of the people that show up have something to do where they get something, where there's something that they're going to get. So just as yourself, you are one of the few advocates in the city of Oxnard. I call you the hardest working woman in Oxnard. You attend all the public meetings and you're not looking to get something for yourself. That's not a common situation. So that's my opinion on that. Mayor, I may exceed my time a moment or two. I had the opportunity this past vacation break to attend the Rose Park Christmas. Councilman Madrigal and Councilman Ramirez were there. It was a very nice event. Mr. Booz, again, congratulations. I got involved in the city of Oxnard through my neighborhood council in 1998. I remember coming to these meetings. I didn't know who Mr. Booz was. I just knew there was a guy that they brought up, and they thanked him. From 1998 to now, that's a lot of work this man has been doing. Thank you again, Mr. Booz, and Mrs. Booz, who puts up with that. It's a team. It's a team. I want to express my condolences to the tragic child death that we just experienced and some of the homicides. And just recently, another individual was hit and killed. Mayor McDonald was hit and killed at at night. Ladies and gentlemen, I drive home from the council meetings. We like to get out at a reasonable time. This time of year, it's dark. I wish that the Edison Company would put brighter lights on the streets. But you have to be careful because people, whether they're homeless, not homeless, whatever, and they're crossing the streets wearing dark clothes, you don't see them until they're up on you. And with some of the issues that the homeless have, it's a wonder, are they doing it on purpose? I apologize greatly. I left the paper at my house, but there was a recent death of a lady that had brought a lot to this community. She was native from Tonga, involved with Polynesian culture. She'd been here and made presentations here, and she'd made presentations at the INCF with the time of the INCF. To her family, my greatest sympathy to your family.
Councilman Perillo, how much more time do you need?
2 minutes.
Oh, Councilman Perillo,
Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Thank you.
1 minute, okay. In the spirit of transparency, you want to thank the Oxnard Shores for saying thank you to the public works people. The military, this gets back to what we call transparency and telling the truth. The military is at risk for things that may have been true, may not have been true. And in the spirit of transparency, on December 26th, the Federal Fair Political Practices Commission took an action, number 19/1316, against me and the recall election May 1, 2018. The election campaign committee was closed. I forgot to put the paperwork in. The fine was $251 and it was paid. The other thing is, and a heads up to the rest of the council because they're not aware, we sit on the VRSD board. We have a representative, happens to be myself. There is a landfill in Simi that there may be a serious trouble at that landfill with respect to a cleanup, potentially costing $55 million to clean up. We may be partially on the hook. Thank you very much for letting me exceed my time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And just a very quick request of our housing director. One of the things that I've tried to do under council business is give the public a report on successes that we've had with solving the homeless problem. And what I'd like to do is have our housing director come up just very briefly, and there is a success story that I'd like to have him report on my behalf, but it's time that we have the people actually doing the work do it. Talk about it. Mr. Housing Director.
Thank you for this. I appreciate it. First of all, there is going to be an event this Sunday, 3 p.m. at Plaza Park, organized by the faith-based community and the Chief of Police, Whitney. And I will be there as well. But at that event, there is going to be a person, her name is Joan Lucas. Joan Lucas is a formerly homeless person from Oxnard, 82 years old. Moved into the women's shelter at 1450 Rose. Since then, she applied to our homeless program. She moved into her new unit 2 Fridays ago. The faith-based community came together. They furnished the unit for her completely. A new landlord that was recruited via the landlord recruitment program with United Way in the city. truly a village of people that came together on a spectrum that ended a help for Joan Lucas. She's going to be at the event on Sunday. Hopefully you guys can come and share her story and her success points. She actually wrote a book while homeless. It's an amazing book. It's published. You could buy it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we proceed, Mr. Molina, I have a speaker request card, but we don't normally allow speaker comments, or we don't allow speaker comments on council business because it's not agendized. Was this something that was not on the agenda that you wanted to address? And if that's the case, we would give you time right at the end of the meeting to, to give you the 3 minutes. Just want to make sure I'm not violating the Brown Act in any way.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, wouldn't take me 3 minutes, and it's only to say to Councilman Perillo, if you would come, as I've invited you to my office numerous times, I would show you the facts. You claim that I've made
Excuse me,
mistakes.
Mr. Molina?
Yes, sir.
I clearly, and I'm not an attorney here, but we would be clearly violating the Brown Act here.
And I
So I
understand
cannot
that,
allow that. I've been cited for that before by the DA and led into that in a very similar situation.
I don't need that, and I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Your
But
Honor. I think if Councilman Perillo wants to hear it,
Thank
he
you.
knows where to come to get the facts.
Thank you very much. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move to the information consent agenda. And we're first going to ask members of the City Council if they would like any items pulled. And I'm looking at the parliamentarian here as my judge. So instead of calling each and every one, if there's any items that members of the council would like pulled, then if they can push their button so I can call them. And right now, it doesn't appear that we have any council comments. City manager has actually pushed the button. And Mr. City Manager, for the first time, I was watching it while talking about it, and that's why I can see your button was pushed there.
Okay. So as a reminder, we're going to pull item 6, the tree trimming contract, off, and we'll bring it back at the next council meeting. Item number 2, the recognized obligation payment schedule. We have a corrected version for you. So you all have a copy. The clerk has copies over there, and we will upload the corrected version on the website. But very quickly, 5 of the items there have the wrong date. So we're correcting the date. There's no material impact on the dollar values for any of those. It's just the dates are wrong. So we've made that correction to 5 of those items. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment about item 3 on the agenda. And item 3 on the agenda is on this information consent agenda, members of the council, and for those members of the public listening, is a notice of pending approval of a planning and zoning permit to subdivide 1.49 acres located at 130 through 138 North H Street. And I just want to say that this is a success story, item 3, where a series of individuals have attempted to develop this vacant parcel that's within the city limits. And one of the proposals that had come forward proposed, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the homes would have 5 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. And this came to the Wilson Neighborhood Council and I believe the Fremont South Neighborhood Council, if I'm not mistaken. The residents gave their input. They felt that the size of the homes, the amount of bedrooms, and the amount of bathrooms were not going to be used properly, that they turn into, in effect, de facto hotels. And you know, this process of people participating in neighborhood councils, this shows that it works. This shows that it works because a series of meetings was able to accomplish something different for this site. So I think it's, Mr. City Manager, members of the council, a success story, and it's every reason why every resident of the city of Oxnard should become active in neighborhood councils. Thank you. And I will just check very quickly to see if we have a speaker on any of the items. Sorry, while it's loading. And in fact, we have 3 speakers. The very first speaker is Philip Molina, to be followed by Jackie Tedeschi, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think my questions are being answered by what City Manager Alexander Nguyen said about pulling the 5 items, but My earlier count was wrong. I think there's a sixth item you need to take a look at, sir. And that's third from the bottom, where the termination date was August 30th, 2019. If you'd also look at that one, then my questions have been answered, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jackie Tedeschi, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Yes, happy New Year to all of you. Hope it's healthy and safe and wise. On item 6, I know that it was pulled and it will be for next week on tree maintenance. But when it comes, please, when it comes for LMDs, like it says 21, 25, 33, 34, 40, 47, 52, 53, and CFD2, would it be possible if staff could please list the neighborhood that it is in? For instance, I'm in a district in South Bank, so just a suggestion. I know it's in the staff report, but it would be great to see it on the agenda. Now, my other question is on 11, and that has to do with the supplying of chemicals for the for water and wastewater treatment. When it comes to supplying the chemicals, and they're delivered by trucks, am I correct, Public Works Director Rosemary Gaglione? Is the amount considered tied in also the weight of these trucks going across our streets? I don't know, I was just happened to be thinking of that. And I know when I lived in the San Fernando Valley, my husband and I had a business, and I had to drive a 16-foot open body stake truck and get chemical down at the, let's see, Long Beach. And I know that we were charged quite a bit of money when we were on the streets. So just curiosity. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Pat Brown, please.
Number 8, the traffic control signs. Brought up some old memories. A number of years ago, there was a fellow who was in charge of the traffic, and I had a problem with, from my mobile home park, there were a group of mobile homes with the back end of them, which would have been they're small ones, back ends would have been the bedroom, and the back ends were up against a fence, and on the other side of the fence, they would have a long line totally filled with these big trucks that would park there overnight with their coolers on all night long, right, I would say maybe 6 feet or so from their bedrooms, okay? And it was very, very disconcerting. So what I ended up doing was I got some of the owners, bigger owners of the businesses and the properties in the manufacturing area north of Woolley and south of 5th and east to Rose Avenue from the railroad tracks. I got them together along with the fellow that was in charge of the trucks and the transportation and throughout the whole city at the time. And we had a little meeting. And so we told them what we wanted to do. What I was suggesting is all the workers park their cars along that long fence line, and they're working, so they're not in their cars making a noise. And so the workers could put their cars there, and then the trucks could park where the cars had been parking, which was actually more beneficial to them anyway, but they hadn't thought of it that way. And so it killed two birds with one stone by having this discussion, this meeting on this subject, before they went to put up the signage that the trucks weren't to park there and there were hours to park there and so forth, so that the truckers knew exactly what the situation was, where they were supposed to park and so forth in advance. And I was thinking about this. We need to have the signage that requires the truckers to make left turns when they really want to make right turns and go up on Oxnard Boulevard.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
And we could do that with a meeting at first so that it wouldn't be such a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And that ends speakers on items on the information consent agenda. Item K again on page 3. What is the pleasure of the council on the information consent agenda?
I'll make the I'll second it. But
Oh, okay.
With
Well,
a point.
Excuse me, Councilman Perillo. Madam City Clerk, just before we vote, just to have it clear, Mayor Pro Tem made the motion. It was seconded by Councilman Perillo. Councilman Perillo.
Yes, I would like to thank the city treasurer for coming forward to the public comment and making a comment on the item K2. I do see that we did get a correction. I did go over this with management, and I missed those numbers myself, Mr. City Treasurer. But I do appreciate the fact that you took the time to send an email and that you took time to come to public comment, because it's significant when you find mistakes or things that we need to be aware of. You do not rely on the emails, come to public comment. Everybody hears the same thing, the same way, the same time, the same place. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And now the vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, before you vote, could we just clarify that the motion included the changes to K2 that the city manager mentioned?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the vote.
The motion carries 6-0.
Very well. And now we will go to page 6 of the agenda under reports, item L, and we'll have the very first report of the evening, and that's to be presented by, I believe, the city treasurer, and that is number 1, City Treasurer's Department, subject SB 998, Water Services Policy. And the recommendation is that the City Council adopt a resolution approving a written policy on discontinuation of water service in compliance with SB 998. And this came to the Finance and Governance Committee. It was approved 3-0, and we'll now have our presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Council. I'm Eden Alomeri. I'm the Assistant City Treasurer, and I'm here to present the report on SB or Senate Bill 998, the Water Services Policy. This report, along with the recommended policy, was prepared by a group of staff comprising of employees from the City Attorney's Office, City Manager's Office, Public Works, Finance, IT, and City Treasurer's Department. Like you mentioned, this report was presented to the Finance and Governance Committee on December 10, 2019, and the committee approved it. We're here to recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution approving a written policy on the discontinuance of water services so that we are in compliance with SB 998. SB 998 applies to all urban and community water systems, and the Senate Bill 998 defines urban and community water services system as any public water system that supplies water to more than 200 services or service connections. Since the city of Oxnard has over 40,000 service connections, we are required to comply with SB 998. So SB 998 amended the California Health and Safety Code, and it also introduces new restrictions regarding discontinuation of water services. It applies to all residential water services who will be scheduled for disconnection because of delinquency. So I just want to reiterate that it applies only to residential water customers and only to those who are scheduled to be discontinued due to non-payment. The bill also defines what is considered a residential customer. So they are those who are serviced in a single family home or in multiple family residences like apartment buildings, duplexes, and also mobile home parks. It also applies only to those who will be terminated for non-payment. Because of SB 998, we have to have a written policy in effect by February 1st, 2020. SB 998 will require us to amend our Oxnard City Code, but these amendments are not due in February. Therefore, the staff will come back at a later time to bring before you the recommended amendments to our city code. There are requirements to the written policy, and these are the following. Either one or more of number 1 and number 2. So our policy must have a plan for deferred or reduced payments or an alternative payment schedules, or we can have both. The policy needs a formal mechanism so that the customers can appeal or contest the bill. We have to have a telephone number so that the customer can call so that they can ask for what other options they have to stop the discontinuation of their water service. And our policy must be posted on the city's website. The bill placed the following safeguards to protect residential customers. Residential customers must be delinquent by at least 60 days before the city can terminate their water services. Also, we will not be able to terminate if all 3 of the following conditions are met. The first condition is a primary care provider must certify that discontinuation of water will be life-threatening to the resident, or if it will pose as a serious threat to the health and safety of the resident. And the definition of a primary care provider is defined in the California Code. The second requirement that be met is that the customer must demonstrate financial inability to pay. It is deemed financially unable. They are deemed financially unable to pay if members of the household are receiving assistance from government programs like CalWorks, CalFresh, SSI, or WIC, or if they can demonstrate that their annual income is 200% below the poverty level. The third condition that must be met to avoid discontinuation of service is that the customer must be willing to enter in an amortization agreement or an alternative payment schedule. But I must repeat that all of these 3 requirements must be met before we can stop the disconnection. But can we still discontinue their service if they met all those 3 requirements? The answer is yes. We will be able to discontinue their services if they fail to comply with the agreed upon payment. Suppose they enter into a payment plan and they failed to pay, then yes, we can discontinue their service. Or if while they are in a payment plan, they failed to pay their current charges within 60 days, then we will also be able to terminate their services. This table shows us what is considered 200% below the federal poverty line. And I will just show 2 examples. Effective February 1st, 2020, a 1-person household earning less than $24,980 is considered below the poverty line. Or a 2-person household earning a total income of $33,820 annually is considered 200% below the poverty line. The bill also set a cap on the amount of fees that we can charge. So to restore the service, the fee is limited to $50 during normal hours. And after hours, it is limited to $150. I would like to compare that with the current fees that we charge. So for disconnection, we charge $40. And for reconnection, which is limited to 50, we only charge $40. For reconnection after operational hours, our total charges is only $145. So we did not exceed the limit that the bill placed. There are also requirements regarding sending notices to our customers. The first one is the city must provide no less than 7 days notice before discontinuing water service for residential customer. But for properties where the registered customer of record are, let's say, for example, not the resident, example, like the a property manager or the landlord, we have to provide them at least 10 days. So therefore, instead of having two different time frame, the city will provide at least 10 days notice to all. The city also has to make a good faith effort to reach residents so that we can use either written or telephone communication to notify them of impending disconnection. The discontinuation notice and a copy of the city's policy must be left at the residence should we are unable to reach out to them by written or telephone communication. There are some cases when multiple properties are individually metered. In those cases, the residential water customers must be provided, like renters and mobile home residents, must be provided a written notice as well. And the discontinuation of service due to non-payment by their landlord should be made aware. So a qualifying resident of a multiple housing a property must be given an opportunity to sign up as a customer if they are willing to take responsibility for the entire property. And we should not be holding them accountable for the unpaid amount left by their landlord. There are reporting requirements. One of them is that we have to report on the city's website the number of affected ratepayers or the number of the annual discontinuation of services. We also have to report that number to the State Water Resources Control Board. So this is a comparison of what we are doing under the current policy and what changes will be happening once SB 998 become effective in February. So let's say payment due dates. These are the time frames. Under the current policy, we put on the bill that the due date is 21 days from the generation of their bill. Under SB 998, we will no longer put the date. Instead, we will put a note that the bill is due immediately so that it's not confusing for the customers to know when the 60-day period starts. Our past due notices are currently being issued on day 28. That will not change under SB 998. We will continue to issue past due notices on day 28. The penalty assessment occurs on the 30th day from the date of the bill generation. That will not change either. The delivery of the door hanger is currently being issued on day 42. Under SB 998, we will start delivering door hangers on day 50. That will give our customer 8 extra days before they get the door hangers. And then the service disconnection, we currently disconnect water services if they are delinquent by 45 days. That will be extended by 15 days. We will start the disconnection on day 60. An overview of our fees. This is just to show whether or not we have to reduce our fees or to for the penalty fees. Our current policies allow us to charge 10% penalty. That's not going to change. It will stay at 10%. Our door hanger fees are $13 currently. That's not going to change either. It will stay at $13. Our turn off and turn on currently is lumped under one item of $80. That will be broken down. Turn off will be $40, turn on will be $40. And if you will remember in an earlier slide, SB 998 capped the turn on at $50, so our fee is still under the limit. The only change that will happen is we're going to be breaking down the turn off and the turn off fee into two items. The additional cost of turning on water after hours is currently $65. Under SB 998, it's still going to remain at $65. That is the end of the presentation, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Councilman McDonald, thank you very much for the presentation. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Ms. Alamari. The only question or comment, and it's probably going to be more of a comment because I don't expect an answer tonight, but when we're looking at a renter in a property being allowed to assume the rental of the property and not being responsible for the prior utility bills that weren't paid, I hope that we would build some sort of process in there to make sure that we're not dealing with a property with 6 or, however many people renting it, and one of them defaults on the water bill and then says, oh, you know what, you take over the water bill, go down to the city and change it into your name. And, that might be a way of skirting the intent of the law. So I would hope that we would do some sort of due diligence just to make sure that we're not playing a shell game of, for 3 months it's one person, and it goes to another renter in the same building for or same property for 3 months. Just food for thought.
As a safeguard, when somebody signs up for services, we collect their social security number or driver's license number so that if there's a default, we can turn them into collections.
No, I appreciate that, but I just want to make sure that if you have multiple renters in the same unit, that they don't play a shell game of, defaulting and say, oh, it's a new renter, we got to waive all the past money, that we need to be able to get, make sure that we're not being taken advantage of. But I think you're saying the same thing that I'm concerned about, that we'll get our money somehow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I think it's a good step for this state to be enacting this so people don't have their water turned off. In my long career as a legal aid attorney, I saw many people have their water cut off because the landlords didn't pay the bill. And I don't know if you would have a comment about this. I mean, obviously, it's residential property, but the tenant, him or herself, isn't actually the one supposed to pay it. What could a tenant do in that circumstance?
If the landlord is the one that's on a record as the account holder and did not pay on time and the water get terminated, we give the renter the opportunity to sign up to become the new account holder, and we will resume the services under their name.
Right. And then actually, just to put some information out there, shutting off water used to be kind of a tactic to get people to move. If the landlord didn't want them, that's what I would see a lot of times. Certainly not by reputable landlords, but sometimes they say, you're going to have to go, and they don't want to go through the legal process, so they shut the water off, or they don't pay the bill. And I think that actually may be a misdemeanor if you do that.
The request to turn off water can only be taken from the record, from the account holder of record.
Correct. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Mr. City Manager, did you have a point of clarification or?
Yeah, I just want to ask a nuanced version of the Mayor Pro Tem's question. What do we do, because I don't know the answer here, what do we do if there's a situation where it's like a fourplex, and it's 1 meter, there's a master meter, and there's a landlord?
In that case, we can accept one or all or three of the renters to sign up as the new account holder. If one of them is willing to accept the responsibility for all four, we will take that as well.
And can we shut off the landlord's residence water?
No.
Too bad.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perrello, please.
Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. On your staff report on page 262, it says Matters such as the quality of service, rates of service, or the terms and conditions of payment agreement or alternative payment schedule may not be contested or appealed to the utility billing. My question goes along with, if the people are complaining about there's speckles of material in my water and they are saying, well, I'm not going to pay the bill unless you clean the water up, or so if they were to make a question like that, or the garbage truck when he's picking it up, because these are utility bills, and the utility bill gets one bill, water, sewer, and trash, and the garbage truck is not doing a good job, so I'm going to stop paying my utility bill. How do we get somebody to take care of that and address it without having to have the resident get in your face?
Well, complaints like water quality, we refer them to Public Works, Water Department, and complaints about services regarding trash pickup, we refer them to Environmental Resources Department.
Okay, and if we can put slide 9 up there. Slide 9 showed the notice that goes out to the residents. That will be in multiple, the staff report says we're going to give notice in multiple languages. What languages?
The languages that are required are, of course, in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Tagalog, and I wrote all 5 of them here.
Okay, because on that notice, will it include the city's hours? Because some people may assume that the city works every Friday, and we don't, and if they take a day off to come in and address this, and the city happens to be closed, they would lose a day's worth of work, get really upset, and this, so will it have like the hours the city is open, and on which Fridays we are open and which we are closed? Will that be included on this notice?
Our form has the phone number, and the phone number states the office hours and
Okay.
which Fridays we're closed.
And it states every Friday, that every other Friday is closed?
It
Okay.
states that. But I also want to clarify that the 5 different languages is only required on the policy, not on the notices.
Okay. And along with that, just a what if. What if an individual wants to keep paying the trash, but he's willing to let the water go? And if we don't have water, we can't work the sewer. So the person would, my understanding is if the water's not going in, the home gets red tagged. They cannot be in the home. And that's my understanding. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But they still want to have the trash. Will this allow people to break their utility bills into 3 components?
No, because our code states that there's a minimum level of service.
Okay, you've
And-
answered my questions. Again, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. On slide 12, can we pull slide 12? And I just have one question. On the payment due date, currently it's on 21 days. So just for the residents to know, for those people that do pay automatic and the city pulls that money, is it still going to be on the 21st day, or should they be calling and asking for the payment to be done automatically now? Because now it's going to be due immediately.
Yes, for those who are on automatic payment plan, their payment will still be drawn on the 21st day.
Okay, and so they'll be fine.
They will be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you for the presentation. It's quite informative. My big thing coming out of this is, as other council members have stated, is loopholes, but not necessarily in the way they were described. I think the politicians in the state got this wrong, quite frankly. I think it went nowhere with this, simply because I do believe that it's still not enough to help out the poor. I think when I saw the 200% below poverty rate, that's roughly a little bit under $13 an hour at 40 hours, at being a full-time employee. Growing up, I know how many families have to nickel and dime themselves to get by, not only, the year, but it's actually a week-to-week thing. And I know that something small or even a sickness in the family throws back a family like three to 6 months. And as always, you know, usually one of the things that goes is water. I've been to neighborhood meetings where residents have said that they had no working gas for 2 weeks in their apartment. Just yesterday, which I forgot to mention on my council comments, I found out that a resident was told by their landlord to fix up any damages in the apartment because the city wasn't doing an inspection for safe families, safe homes, even though their apartment has been leaking for weeks. Pretty much they were told to figure it out. And sadly, you know, where you're at, you know, if you don't like it, they just increase your rent and you're done. Like, you have to move out. I don't think this is enough. I believe that ultimately it was done with the right mindset, good care. However, I don't think the people that represent us in the state really understand what is really going on down in the trenches with a lot of, not only here in Oxnard, but in many cities throughout the state. So, you know, obviously this is a step, but honestly, it's not nearly enough. So, you know, and I'm sure the landlords are going to easily find the loopholes, and ultimately the people who are going to suffer are the people who are intended to be helped by this. So thank you.
Councilmember Madrigal, I think you're right. I mean, if you think of it from the point of view of a single mom with 3 kids, for those of us that are making more than $13 an hour, let's assume that you had a monthly bill of $5,000 a month. And so the person to whom you owe $5,000 a month to says, you know what, you're a good person, I'm going to let you pay it off at $1,000 a month, but you got to keep your current bills current. This is an attempt to do nothing more or less, and it's not the city's fault. We're complying with state law, but we're complying with it, but it doesn't really help the people that we're trying to help. And I think in some cities what they formed a committee of some council members and some city staff, and we review the information, the financial status of individuals, and try to be able to adjust the amount that's past due consistent with the intent to make sure people have a living opportunity to receive the water they need. So that may be something the management and council wants to consider.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think an attempt here has been made by state lawmakers to give residents who have circumstances which have been outlined, which are, you know, pretty extreme, give them a second chance so that, in fact, their health and safety is not compromised further. And whether the law should go further or not, I think should be seen, or we should see just how that works. And I think it's also important to note that due to the leadership of Mayor Pro Tem on this particular issue, not just water, but all utilities, there is a fund that attempts to subsidize some of those rates. And we all know that there are individuals, not just in Oxnard, but outside of Oxnard, that no matter what the subsidy is, no matter what the state law does, there are going to be people that fall on really, really hard times. So I would hope that the city treasurer's office is able to work with residents and work with them in a way where when they're sincere and they've had a proven track record of, you know, paying their bills on time and they fall on hard times, that they're dealt with accordingly and that we help them through this crisis. But I agree with Councilman McDonald that at the same time we don't want to be taken advantage of. So thank you very much for that presentation. And I'll just take a quick look here to see about the speakers. And we do not have any speakers. What's the pleasure of the council on this item? That is to, Councilman Perrello. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. I would just like to address the concerns of Councilmember Madrigal. I agree with you, Councilmember. This is not going to help everybody. But if you'll recall, multiple council members on this dais, last city council meeting, asked the individuals that came to the podium that were talking about quality of conditions where they lived and as you stated, where the gas doesn't work and where something like that, and the landlord is taking abuse of their paying customers and they're not providing what they're supposed to get. You know, I asked, and I believe it was Mr. McDonald that asked, give us the information. I want to let you know, and let anybody that's paying attention. Nobody came forward to give me any information, but we had a lady in a situation that sounded critical. And I would think that somebody, if it's an advocate for those people, would come forward with that information, because the city has made statements in the past, we're going to go into certain areas and clean up the code conditions and this, and we haven't been able to follow through and everything for various reasons. But when it gets down to helping everybody, there's going to be somebody that comes and goes, wait a minute, who's helping me? And I'm not saying to give the rich guy a pass so that the poor guy gets screwed, but there has to be a time when there's accountability, because as in the past, we have found that the city of Oxnard has, through the good works of the Treasurer's Department, brought forward large commercial accounts that haven't been current. And I would hope that even if the state doesn't advocate that way, that this council decides to look at commercial accounts and treat them the same as we're treating the residential. I want to thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have an additional comment? Okay. All right. Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman McDonald and a second by Councilman Perrello. The vote, please.
Of Oxnard, and now things that you know, that's available to people that have family members are the kits that I just talked about, the Narcan kits. Behavioral health is actually giving those kits out. We're going to work with them this coming year to actually see if we can't get them placed in different locations throughout the city. That's in process. We're working on that. But you can call that number. And it's going to be on I'm going to show a video in a few moments, and it talks about what's available to our community. But that number there that I can barely see, the 1-805 says call about a rescue kit. Our community can call that number and contact the person at the behavioral health, and they will actually issue these kits free of charge.
When you look at how many people die from drug overdoses, it's more than the homicides and the traffic fatalities combined. It's a nationwide epidemic. It hits every single city in our country.
We have recognized that we are currently in the midst of a tremendous opioid crisis. And for those of us in healthcare, this is the crisis of, you know, our careers.
We performed just over 600 postmortem examinations in 2018. And of those, 170 were overdoses. So that means that more than 1 in 4 examinations is an overdose.
So we've trained over 150 officers over a 3-week period, and our officers embrace that. I think it sends also a message to the community that, you know, we care about you. Your police officers are here to protect and to serve and to save lives.
So the heat map project was something that was born out of the RX work group, which is a collaborative committee basically of physicians, law enforcement, pre-hospital public health personnel that have come together to sort of address the countywide opioid epidemic and how we can respond to it, but also how we can help reduce the overall impacts of opioids in the county. So the heat map is a visual tool basically to say, okay, where are the hotspots in the county, so we can target our efforts in certain areas and have a greater impact to the patients that need it most.
There's a concern about naloxone, and that concern is, well, if you provide naloxone, then people are just going to use that as an excuse to go out and use more and more opiates. And in fact, that's not the case. Studies have shown that when naloxone is distributed, drug use stays flat, or there's even a reduction in the use of the opiate.
So we're always looking to partner with our community to make the city safer, to make the city stronger. And we're always asking people to step up. How can you step up and make things better? Just do the good in front of you. And one of the side benefits of this program is we're also able to show the community that we're stepping up, that we care about your loved ones.
Well over 1,000 overdose prevention kits have been distributed in Ventura County since the inception of the program, and over 350 reversals have occurred, which are 350 lives saved.
And our officers embrace it. They recognize themselves as you know, that first line of defense for saving these people's lives.
So there's the number for the rescue kit. 805-667-6663. So I wanted to read off a couple of, just to give you an idea on some of the calls for service that we receive on a regular basis. Our last overdose call was on the 5th of January, and then in the month of December we had 6 of them. 6 of them in the month of December. And I'll read this one to you. You know, an 8-year-old, this was on just before Christmas, and I want you to visualize this. These are difficult calls to go to. An 8-year-old child attempted to perform CPR on her mother who overdosed on heroin. The child called 911. EMS responded to the residents and administered Narcan to the female victim, and she refused further treatment. Obviously, she was revived. Thank you. And but you know, those kind of cases, those kind of calls for service impact everyone. I mean, my heart went out to the 8-year-old child and the importance of getting that family some services and dealing with that. The one on the 5th, you know, officers responded to a drug overdose at a local hotel in the city of Oxnard and found the victim unconscious, not breathing. They administered the Narcan, and it revived the victim. And a lot of our success stories this past year, I don't have the numbers for 2019 yet, they're not in, but because of these kits and because they're available to people, we're having more of a success in people being revived, and you know, their loved ones don't have to see or say goodbye to them. And so that's extremely important. But I just wanted to share a couple of those calls with you. I also talked about how detectives, you know, now take reports when they go to these calls for service, either it's fatal or non-fatal. And a detective did an investigation on a case, and they seized 22 pounds of fentanyl. And, you know, they're the experts, and they told us that that 22 pounds of fentanyl was enough to kill everyone in our county 6 times over. And that's what we're dealing with in society today and in our county. I think there we go. I just wanted to back up here and just let everyone know that Oxnard PD has a new YouTube channel, and we would love for everyone in our community and our council members and our staff to subscribe to the YouTube channel. And now I engage in any kind of questions that you might have in reference to my presentation.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and the stories are very much heartfelt. I when I hear that, I sometimes can't imagine, and I hope for the particular story that you spoke about that they are able to get help. That's the hope. There's always a hope that when individuals find themselves in these situations, that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Let me just take a quick look. I don't believe Madame City Clerk one speaker, and I'll just it is Gabriel Turan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff, and thank you, Commander Giles, for the presentation. As many of you may know, in my professional career, I work in health and prevention and early in my career, I worked in treatment of adolescents for addictions. And I can say that opiate addiction is a pit that people will get into that is incredibly, incredibly difficult to get out of. And at one point, for people who are addicted to opiates, whether it be natural opiates such as heroin or synthetic opioids such as the painkillers that Commander Giles referenced, after a while, it is even about them getting high anymore. It's about them not getting sick, not feeling the withdrawal symptoms that come with not having the drug in their system. And they will have to take the drug just to function throughout the day, just to be able to get out of bed, just to be able to function as you and I do every single day. And when it gets to that point, it's a vicious cycle that is incredibly difficult to get out of. I also want to remind people that we tend to have this mental image of who an addicted person to opiates is or what they look like. But I'd like to remind people that these are our family members, our friends, our coworkers, our neighbors. Many of them function day to day, and we would not know otherwise about the addiction they struggle with. As Dr. Woods mentioned in the video, there's a misconception that the Narcan or naloxone administration programs to reverse overdoses will cause more use or enable use, and studies clearly show that's not the case. And it actually keeps use level or does decrease it. It also doesn't keep people from going to the hospital or taking people who are in an overdose situation to a hospital. And the idea behind all of this, though, for anyone who objects to a naloxone program, as the one mentioned in the presentation, the alternative is to let people die. I mean, if we're not reversing these overdoses and helping out these people I mentioned, our family members, our coworkers, our friends, our neighbors, the alternative is to let them die and let them suffer. And these types of programs, the work that Oxnard PD is doing, the work that behavioral health is doing, this is all incredibly important work that would otherwise leave these people to suffer in silence and overdose and die unnoticed. And so I want to commend Oxnard PD for bringing this to a public forum. And as they had mentioned, if you know anyone who is struggling with addiction of any kind, Ventura County Behavioral Health is available. They have a number you can call 24 hours a day now that will allow a person to talk to someone about getting addictions help and finding treatment for their loved one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers. And why don't we start with Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Commander, and I just want to express my condolences to you on the loss of your family member.
Thank you.
I want to just take this opportunity to talk about something that's really important. We have a bin where people can take a medication. I've been wondering what to do with all that pet medication I have. So, but also, it sort of comes up with a water issue. A lot of people think it's okay to flush their pharmaceuticals down the toilet or the drain. This is not a good idea. Pharmaceuticals are difficult to get out of the water stream. Even though we have, purification system, we are finding pharmaceuticals in the nation's water supply. I hope we're doing better here. But when there's a place to take it, we should take advantage of that. And I appreciated Mr. Turan's comments about people can be addicted to, particularly opioids, from any walk of life. I represent a lot of people in my Social Security practice who are suffering chronic pain, and they start in with lower doses of opioids and find it very difficult to get off. And sometimes it seems really what is a solution, because opioids are very necessary when you're having surgery. I had a very minor surgery last year, and fentanyl, as I was going under for a few moments, the anesthesiologist, I asked, what is this that you're administering to me? And she said, fentanyl. I remember fentanyl, I associated with Michael Jackson's death. So we need to be on alert from our medical providers to not overdose. I know someone who had another minor surgery and was prescribed like 100 pills, which there was no way he could use. So what was the purpose of that? So we need to be really good consumers, look out for our family members, and it is, as the chief said in the video, so many people are affected, and we do get very concerned about every pedestrian fatality, every homicide, but here is a massive loss of life that sometimes doesn't get enough attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Madrigal to be followed by Councilman Perello.
Thank you for your presentation. About a month ago, I got recertified for CPR, but one of the things we actually had to do was actually learned how to use a Narcan in order for us to be certified for CPR. I know that actually it was kind of weird because you usually do CPR, then the AEDs, and actually learn how to use a Narcan. So I know that it is a huge problem and something that could, affect any of us. It doesn't matter regardless of financial status or economic class. It is very, you get addicted quick. And, just last week, I had the opportunity to go to IKEA, and I was in the restroom, and then there was, maybe because they're a European company, but right in the restroom, there was a place for you to drop off your used needles. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, no, this unfortunately is something that the nation is battling, but here locally, it is great to hear that the police department is taking the lead and trying to help out the residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perello.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And again, sympathy for your family. I think the last time that I had an opportunity to talk to you was when you were at the South Winds neighborhood after the neighborhood council. There had been a murder at the site, and good to see you again.
You too, sir.
Best in the new year.
Thank you.
I'll just go from my opinion. If we could put slide 9 up, please. Beg your pardon, slide 4. This is nothing to be bragging about, I suppose, but when I see that the population, according to the latest numbers of Ventura and Oxnard, Ventura's 110, Oxnard's 210, and Ventura's got 44 deaths, and we've only got 41. A lot of people make an assumption about Oxnard. That indicates to me they're making the wrong assumption about Oxnard. That's still too high of a number, but there's a lesson right there. The other thing is, at the CERT training, there was a presentation about the Narcanon, and it was great. I'm wondering a couple of questions. It was mentioned by one of the public speakers about going to the hospital. My understanding is by the time you try to take somebody to the hospital, they're dead. Is that about it? From having a personal experience with somebody who stopped breathing, there's not a big window of opportunity to come back to the walking, living, functioning.
Do you mean like after they're issued the Narcan?
Yeah. No, not after somebody finds them like that.
They're usually revived.
To survive, yeah.
If they're not.
Right. Okay. The second thing, again, personal opinion. It's horrendous to hear about an 8-year-old kid trying to take care of the thing. And not being a parent, maybe it's easy and too quick to make a statement. That kid shouldn't be in that house. That kid should not be in that house. And when I hear the issues that have happened, not here, but in LA County, the big sensational ones about tremendous abuse and bad things that have happened because social services have not been able to do what needed to be done, that's a scary situation. And just recently, the 4-year-old kid that passed away on Olds Road, you guys see crap that the majority of us will never see or ever want to see. And I don't know how you get it out of your head. I really feel for you. The other thing is, 2 points. I listen to public radio a lot, and they're talking about the opioid addiction and the amount of opioid use is going down because people are afraid of that, but the methamphetamine is taking off again at large numbers. Are you finding that here?
No, actually, I had some numbers from 2018. I think our methamphetamine overdoses, I think we're in 2018, I think we were like at a total of like 17, I think we had.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, 17.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last thing, we have a couple of reporters here. The press is a big part of this. The press covering stories about, people are, as Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned, they're given more pills maybe than they need, or the worst story, the companies that made tremendous profits on this when they knew things were going and they incentivized people to give it. Hats off to the press, the Fourth Estate, because the public needs to know about this. Again, thank you. Those are personal opinions. I appreciate what you're doing as a police officer, and it sucks that we got this here. I knock on wood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and your presentation was excellent. And I think the problem with opioids in particular is that some people innocently become addicted to them, right? They start
Correct.
off because they have some type of injury of some kind. They start taking them, and then for a variety of reasons, they become addicted to them. So I think what's important about it is that people avoid taking them if at all possible. Sometimes it's unavoidable. And I just, recently had an incident where someone I know had surgery and had been prescribed this medication and opted to take Tylenol and another pain type reliever that's not addictive or addicting rather than taking the opioid. But in the event of taking the opioid, maybe they would have only taken half or, and just been very sparing with it. So I think sometimes maybe now, because of how many deaths are related to their opioid-related deaths, that people are more conscious now about not accidentally falling into it. And just a final story, just about how people unsuspectingly can not only become addicted, but actually lose their lives. I taught with a teacher who was the most amazing teacher, and not the type of person, and again, I know I'm stereotyping, just not the type of person that you would ever guess that would fall victim to this, but I believe he had back injuries. They could have been sports related, and he had a lot of pain in his back, so he was taking these, and it eventually led to his death, not from an overdose, but I think it was either his liver, kidneys, something. It compromised his organs, and he succumbed to it at a very young age. So, young, healthy people succumb to this kind of thing all the time, and I think it's important that reports like yours come out and that we can talk about it and get the word out. So thank you very much for your dedication and your efforts. Yes, Councilman Perillo.
I apologize, Mayor. I missed a question, and I should not have missed this one. Specifically, with the opioids, the news carries stories about adulterated drugs getting into the system of people that need them. When you mentioned the autopsies, do they make a determination if the drugs were pure, shall we say, legitimate drugs that got into the wrong hands, or adulterated drugs that, say, organized crime is pushing?
No, I mean, a lot of times they'll do the toxicology when they do autopsies, and they will just pretty much tell us what was in the system. But I don't, unless I think, and I'm speaking just off the cuff, from just my years of investigations, but, Chief Benitez might be able to answer that. But typically, like if we're going to do a criminal case on someone because there was a death, we can always ask for that through the crime lab for that to be broken down even more to see basically what it is. But other than that, I don't really see the coroner's office doing that at all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I do have one additional speaker, Pat Brown.
A number of years ago, it's got to be at least 35 years ago. Anyway, my husband had an accident, and his right arm, he was right-handed, and in his right arm, up at the shoulder, the bone was so shattered that they had to go into surgery and put a rod down through, and it had the metal ball at the top of this rod, in order to fit into a shoulder so he could lift his arm and use his arm. And in the process, we went through 3 surgeries over a 1.5 year period of time, and he was in agony a great deal of that time. And I was the keeper of the pills. And the doctor told me not to give them to him, not to let him have them, to have them specific times that he could take them, so many hours between, and that was it. And we got into lots of yelling and screaming because over this 1.5 year period of time, because he was in utter agony, and I would not let him overdose. I would not let him take an extra pill. And I had to keep hiding them in different places throughout the house. Whenever he would be asleep, I would be hiding the pills, moving them to a different location, and then trying to remember what location that was when I needed to give him a pill. But this went on for 1.5 years, and a lot of physical therapy, and in agony during the physical therapy, and I'd go in with him and he'd just be screaming because he kept building up in the bone next to where the bone was. He kept building up these fibers that would prevent him from lifting his arm. He never could lift his arm up over his shoulder height again, ever. And for a period of time, he was having to learn to write with his left hand because of this pain that he was in his right arm. So I know what it's like to be the other person in the family who's having to go through this to prevent them from overdosing. And I feel for those people. But I say to them, just keep hiding them in a different place. Whatever you do, no matter how much yelling and screaming goes on, no matter what happens, don't let them have more than they're required to have. Just don't let it happen. I know it's difficult, but somebody's got to be that dirty person that prevents it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. That concludes the speakers, and I want to thank our presenter for doing such an amazing job with this, and I do have one final question.
Sure.
How do you think, other than the efforts that are being undertaken, how can we have an impact, more of an impact, other than just the obvious? The obvious is education, spreading the word, that type of thing. What can we do to really have a more significant impact in our community to lower this rate of addiction and this crisis?
Well, I think one of the factors, Mayor, and I didn't mention this, and I apologize, but again, this is my opinion, but I've been a law enforcement officer now for, 27 years, and I just think that, in the last couple of years, there's been laws that have changed in the state of California that have not really helped people to have consequences for drug use, and they become very dependent on those drugs. And so, and those laws came with the promises of providing a lot of education and treatment, and that has yet to be seen. So that's realistically, throughout the country, but mostly in California, it's basically not a crime anymore to use drugs, and so that doesn't help people that have that dependency issue. And I think so. So my advice would be, when that opportunity is, when you vote, that you make sure you understand what you're voting for.
Thank you very much, Commander Giles, for your outstanding presentation, and I'm hopeful that we can begin to have an even more significant impact. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your candor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there's no, obviously, action item. So that actually, it adjourns the regularly scheduled meeting. However, we do have closed session items. Mr. Rozelle, would you like to say once again, just for the record, which items we did not take up and we will be taking up in closed session?
Yes, we are taking up one item. This is item C1, which is a conference with real property negotiators regarding city property located at the Del Norte Regional Recycling and Transfer Station. The agency negotiators are Jeff Lambert and Rosemarie Gaglione. Negotiating parties are Agroman, Bill Camarillo, CEO.
Thank you very much. And so this will adjourn the meeting after the ending of closed session. And we'd like to thank all those that are viewing and have attended the meeting. And following the conclusion of closed session, the City Council will report out and then adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Okay, the City Council just emerged from closed session. We had one remaining issue that the City Attorney spoke about at the very beginning of our City Council meeting and at the end of the regularly scheduled meeting. And Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
There's nothing to report out at this time.
Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.